Hello everyone, welcome. We're a little bit late. Hopefully that's okay. Yeah, the game is underway. This could be our first pro game. Hope you enjoy. I think we'll just do this. Hopefully everything works. I need to actually lower the audio on my end. Hopefully be able to sync up a little bit. Just to let you know, my timer is roughly 30 seconds behind. I was a little bit late to this, so we'll see. There was a tech pause, so that saved me a little bit. Okay, so what I noticed in the draft phase, they're playing Ezreal on the G2 team, and that's a character that I played a tiny bit of in the training range. But otherwise, I'm not sure I really know any of these characters. Okay, let's just get into this a little bit. So we're still very early on, right? And bit of a fight here in the jungle kind of area. Interesting. So G2 player here managed to block in owner, farm a mob, get over the wall. Was that flash? They die though for it, because Faker just arrived and that kind of screwed him over, right? Top lane, the Doran seems to be a little bit low. I'm gonna try and just like talk through what I think's going on, and we'll see from there. And Vanaer wasn't able to catch the gameplay when you played. Was it fun? It really was. It was really fun. So much more fun than I was expecting it to be. Played twice now, and I feel like we've made some really good progress. But yeah, still have a lot to learn. Yeah, so are they both flashing over that wall, and then he dies for it, but I feel like it was a decent idea. So T1 and Carrier, support's come and helped mid. I don't think I'm allowed to show the stream. I think it's probably against the rules, and I don't want to run the risk. I don't want to burn a bridge in case I do get access to go streaming somewhat later down the line. But for now, ooh, and he dies there? Wow. Okay. There's so many like quite intense fights going on at the same time. And jumping over that wall there. I see the wards in the bushes. Using an ability there to get all of the final hits on the minions there. Interesting. He goes back completely exposed, but he knows he's fine because he got the kill. Interesting. So we've got 2 of G2 members in the jungle getting down owner. Carrier doesn't make it in time. It feels like there's a little bit less solidification on who's in which lane a little bit. Feels like we have a lot of linking up for mini fights as we're going. So Carrier makes it over for the fight, gets stunned, and doesn't manage to. Oh no, this is the fight they win? Question mark? Oh yeah, this is where owner gets stuck. Okay. And then this was the fight against Doran. And it was, is this a flash over or like an ability that got him over that wall? I think either way, useful to know. Yeah, you see just wards going up like everywhere. I think that's part of the gameplay that I think I just need to get in a habit. Like if I have a ward available, just drop it. This is feeling very G2 at the moment. Oh, Doran got one and got traded. Pays a little bit stuck but gets out. Yeah, all four of them fighting mid there, from all five from G2. Is that for an objective or just they saw a place to catch some of the T1 players off guard? Faker went forward, then found there was someone else there. There is an objective on the top side, Void Grubs. Okay. Oh. Those guys bouncing from the Baron spot, I see. Okay. So back into a lot of grouping up middle from T1 kind of. But then when you kill them, they make you deal more damage to towers. Ooh. So actually that's a super important objective to get early on. I feel like my objective fighting has mostly been the dragons because I've been playing mostly bottom lane, right? Okay. Wow. It's feeling very very G2 right now. Very, very G2. Yeah, I think I played on my first day like one game of jungle, didn't really know what was going on. Gave a little bit of an idea of what a jungle player would be up to, but not enough, I don't think. So Faker comes down to help with the dragon, and yeah, two of them are enough to get it. Okay. And seeing if they can catch out Broken Blade. Gets the stun, and that's surely a kill. But then missed the timing on then two more arriving, and they both get bodied. Interesting. Okay. Faker of the West. I don't think I'm even slightly close to that. Give objectives in favor of gold and stuff. Yeah, I think you need to pull up the stream separately. I will say my timer is a little bit off. I'm about 30 seconds behind on that timer. You know, I'm really happy that people gave me a warning that I might need to be up a fair bit earlier than the advertised 9 a.m. for me. So we made it a little bit late, but somewhat in time. Oh, that's risky. Yeah, Carrier just bounced across. I have no idea how Carrier just bounced across that, but that should be the the timing. My current time is 13:08, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That should be probably a decent way of getting it clocked up. For the next game, I'll have the timer actually working at the right time. But yeah, was caught a little bit off guard. So Faker's now fighting bottom lane. And a lot of T1 are kind of laying in wait to jump on them. Jump on Labrov and Caps right now. It feels like there's a lot of playing around vision. And can they get some ambushes going? Can they catch them off guard? Yeah, interesting. So Faker's currently then pushing forward with the bottom lane whilst other people went and took a spot mid. Okay. What I'm also noticing is there's a lot of people going back, much more in the open than I was. I think because I got caught off guard quite a bit earlier, like early on my first day, I then decided to basically only go back in bushes, but actually people are going back in a lot more exposed positions. But I guess it takes knowledge of who could actually kill you at that point. Okay, almost a kill there. I think a bit unfortunate, didn't manage it. Oh, okay. So Owner's playing the character that cuts off vision with the ultimate. Okay, T1 get another of the objectives there, but feels like Cap's made some progress on the tower a little bit that maybe balances out. Okay. So I think the takeaway on that front then is if I get the kill in lane and I'm pretty sure I won't get attacked, just the few extra seconds I get from going back to base earlier would help more. The ward there gives them let that guy know that those two were coming. So they're heading back now in a bush. Oh, no, cancelled it. Yeah, Faker's now here fighting top lane. There's a lot more movement between lanes that they're doing. Okay, and now they're jumping on the dragon here. Or not. Okay, they back off of the objective. You can see all the pings going on the map. That's also something I should start doing a bit more of. Yeah, I think one of the things that might be a good idea to work on as well is just spending more time focusing on actually farming, because now that we tried a game in draft and it didn't go so well, but I think also a part of that was not having a great feel for the farming itself, because having that down a little bit would make then more opportunity to do better. Puts the ward in, so he has to cancel the return to base. I'm right in thinking that this is roughly this pretty skewed in G2's favor to begin with. I get about 3 CS per minute. The pros get more like 200. Yeah. I think I had a bit of a think about how I did yesterday, and I think the thing I need to realize is, and I got a couple comments about this, is it's okay to not really be doing much of something. Like, in my mind, I need to be constantly damaging minions or damaging whoever I'm up against or doing something constantly. And I think the better move is take my time a little bit more. And maybe I do less damage overall, but I get more final hits. What are we doing? Arcane. I've got episodes 2 and 3 recorded, so we'll see that soon. Both of those are had a bit of audio issues, but that's fixed. So just need to actually do the edit itself now. And Doran and Carrier get the kill? Question mark. Oh, and Pays as well, and that is done. Okay. Owner fighting under tower. No minions really to help out, so manages to send them away. Yeah, so I think what I'm noticing from how they're farming minions is unless there's nothing low, they don't attack any of the ones with high HP because they might miss the timing of the low HP ones. So yeah, Faker gets jumped, but the rest of the team make it and get 2 for Faker's 1 death. So a decent exchange. What I find really interesting is the distribution of people on the map. I feel like it's a lot more free than how I've, I guess, been visualizing it. I think for the time being, it's a good idea for me to kind of stick in lane, stick to then moving to objectives, but mostly doing what's, I guess, more correct on paper. But it's cool to see what it looks like very differently. Because also I think what I see is I don't really view the minions as waves at this stage. Like, I see them as the minions just arrive and I hit them. But I guess you start to get a feeling for the timings of when these things are up. Okay, they get maybe Broken Blade. Doran got a little bit screwed over there by getting chucked over the wall. Faker fighting top lane. Gets 2v1'd here. I think he dies. And Caps is there to confirm it. Normally ADC goes mid after you destroy enemy turret, a bot. Oh, wait. I need to carry it in trouble, but has tower to save them. Okay. So backing up mid to, I guess, get a jump on someone. And probably at my level, whoever's playing mid isn't expecting that. Oh. Doran's the top player, right? Getting a bit of progress on the bottom. Does he get the channel off? Okay, nice. All 3 of them going back. And yeah, Carrier seems to be everywhere, which is quite cool. So the ADC players are Pays and Handsummer. I feel like also I should pay a little bit of attention to what they're doing specifically. So I might be able to probably not pick up much, but maybe a little bit. I think it's really interesting as well how much stuff is going on in such like close proximity to each other. Like they're here fighting a jungle mob whilst three of them are like poised and ready to pounce. And they're just sending abilities off into the distance and getting a few hits here and there. Can they see carrier because of the ward there? I do see a little, potentially an X on it. He's playing mage. Plays a lot more like a mid laner. Okay. Yeah, it does feel like there's a lot of different, like much more different things going on than what I'd normally have. Okay, they're getting a resurrect and managed to cancel that. Nice shot from Faker. And now this feels like a shift in momentum a bit. So they got 2 in this fight. Doran going for more. Yep, they're going to die. Summer dies too. And that's enough for them. They get 3. It's enough of a momentum shift there. Not really playing seriously at the beginning. That's fair. So now they're fighting Baron. Is this Baron? So that's the payoff on the fight they just did. Doran just either flashed or used an ability to get over the wall. Broken Blade trying to get owner. Trades 1 for 1. And the Baron goes down, and that's the super minions, right? I think what I need to do is just ward so much more, because it's just a matter of, oh, I have it, place it. And yeah, stopping the resurrect there feels very, very powerful. They lose carrier, but go 3 for 1 effectively. Welcome in. You can smite it, yes. And I also see there's a lot more teamwork for defeating the jungle mobs. It's not just jungler going around. I think it's one of those. I know how pro Valorant is quite different to normal Valorant because there's the assumption that people are going to play a little bit slower and a little bit differently to how people would do it in ranked. And I feel like you get, oh, that's unfortunate. Skewmod dies though. That was a really good ability usage. Carrier dies, and Doran's going to die here too. Yep. And Pays backs up. Owner's pretty low as well. That was unfortunate. So what we have at the top is the difference in kills and the difference in gold, right? And how many towers they've got. So I think it started out with a lot more kills for G2, but things have shifted a little bit more into T1's side, I think. That's the impression I'm getting. Doran would die. Tower, gold kills, and under it dragons, void grubs. Cool. Yeah, so are the symbols next to the timer then the buffs that they've got up, or just what they've killed recently? Yeah, it almost feels like the roles are almost less important here than they are. Oh yeah, the different dragon elements, of course. Yeah, because it changes each time. Okay, waiting for the minions to come in to get a bit of damage. Wow, that's a lot of damage on the tower. And 4 of them are here in case, but they're killing the Drake. Drake down. And yeah, we can see all the builds that they're on at the bottom. So a couple of people full items already. Um, 6 just bonus damage to turrets. Because it feels more like the actual character roles are important here rather than the lane assignments. Whereas definitely at my level, the lane assignments are the key bit here. If you don't touch a tower for a long time, the first attack on a tower does a lot of damage. Interesting. Is it worth then manipulating that timing to burst down a tower? Okay, so I think I've seen a few places where we see, oh, yep, that's a kill. But we see a few places where I've seen, oh, after the lane phase, and I don't really know. I guess after the lane phase is when people play a little bit more freely. But that's all. I feel like what we're here to do is get a little bit of an idea of macro game versus the micro. I feel like I'm not going to learn too much on the micro front. Probably some cool like offensive flashes, for example, but and like how much actually they're going over walls. That was a nice snipe on that turret. So I think kills look even, but gold and towers are super in T1's benefit at the moment. But G2 do have a lot more buffs, so I guess they gave up the towers for the buffs effectively. Teleport up will frequently sideline opposite to the next objective. Interesting. Yeah, the Baron is up, so they're probably, both teams are worried that there's going to fight, because I feel like at this stage, yeah, and they're going for it. Getting rid of the wards? No, they're backing up. So I guess destroying the ward there, then T1 don't know if they're actually going for it or not. Minions have a lot of space top lane. Oh, now T1 are looking to go for the Baron here. And it seems like G2 are backing up. They're all recalling. It's T1. We've ended up in almost like a mini reset here. Everyone's gone back, probably buying up their full sets, and then we end up in a bit of a more powered up state for all of them. Gold difference in amount of dragons is much more important than kills. Okay. So the main thing for kills is building a gold advantage and building a objective advantage. What is the kind of balance at the moment? Like, are we looking currently at G2 winning, T1 winning? I feel like in my mind T1 are winning, but I don't. What do I know? I don't really know too much what the what a full advantage looks like. Okay, they're going for the Baron now. They have a lot of space, and only really Kerry is in a position to do anything about it. If they get this, I feel like that's a really big advantage. Oh, oh, yep. And all of T1 arrive, and the hard work of damaging the Baron goes to T1, I imagine. Wow. Nice. That's the kill. Okay, that was. And did they manage to actually finish caps here? Couple of T1 have a flash up. Carries a little bit too low to do much, but that feels like a big, like, game shifting, big game shifting moment. So they're now going to try and get the dragon to shift the momentum back a little bit. Did they snipe it? No way. Wow. Wow. So they're a fair bit ahead of gold. They got the Baron. They stole that dragon kill. Wow. Okay. That was that was actually so cool. Pace used a full ult to steal it. I feel like that's something I can try picking up on a little bit. I think there were a couple of times yesterday where I thought, oh, will I actually be able to steal that? And it it didn't really work in my favor. But actually committing a full ult to it is probably the move. If you're pretty sure you can get it. Probably the team with the most stolen objectives. I've had a lot of wow. I've had a lot of comments telling me about kind of how T1 play, and it's like you know, when you're in Valorant and it's a super team and you just know that any of the players could just turn around and make a game-changing play. Like, it feels like they prioritize letting the players let their individual talent flourish, if that's the way of putting it. They may do some weird stuff sometimes, but for the times it works so much better. And then they have Faker to pick up if things go wrong. So all 5 of G2 here are in the center here. Oh, I'm starting to see why it's a T1 circus. Yeah. Yeah, true. Valorant is a much easier it's much easier to carry. But I do think some of the time, well, probably not at the top level, but I do think that if you've got someone not as good in your lane, you can start to gain a bit of an advantage that becomes a bit unstoppable. Okay. So yeah, Pay's fighting mid now, but you guys said Pay's is playing a more mid character. I think also what I found quite cool is that they're flipping between what they can see and how the vision actually looks. Because just playing the game, you don't really get an idea of what kind of vision advantages you have, really. Well, for me, none, because I'm not putting down anything, but main difference is that in Valorant, every round resets. Yeah. Yeah, I think the thing that I found so surprising is the games can feel really long because there's no, like, I think Valorant games feel long because you play a lot of rounds and you're doing the same thing over and over. Whereas League, it's like you just play the game and like all of a sudden, oh my god, 45 minutes is gone and we've just finished the game. Like you're kind of in the one continuous fight that just keeps building and building and building. So I think if you're really losing and it's your rank on the line, I could see how brutal it can feel. But otherwise, in like an even game, it can feel so engaging the whole time. And your respawn timer is a lot less than overall just being dead and being dead in Valorant between rounds. Oh, they got the Drake for T1 again. So they're now at the same total of dragon buffs. And they lose Doran in the process. Faker's low, so's Ona. Ona goes down. Faker's low. Carrier's down. And they lose the buff if they die, right? They might be able to get Skumon there. Oh, that felt close. Faker's solo. And Caps is hunting for him. Oh, Drake's a permanent. Okay. Yes, the Baron buffs that are temporary. And now they're going for the Baron. Also, they're a bit low. No one's in position really to capitalize on them taking damage. Unless... No, not going for it. Okay. Yeah, I saw earlier that someone said at my level vision's not super impactful, but I think similar to how I've been trying my best to, make good habits. So not just right clicking, shift right clicking, A clicking to check my range, moving to unlocked camera early. I think even if I'm not getting the full value, and it's not as much of an advantage at this point, I think think I need to just get as many habits as possible in. And if that's just remembering to use my potions, remembering to use my... Ooh. Gold difference. This is the longest one in MSI so far. Interesting. This feels super... well, somewhat back and forth. Yeah, I think it's just... if I have ward up, chuck it somewhere, and then we can see then what gets more useful as we go. This is true. The camera movement is very different. G2 are getting a lot of progress here. It's a bit scary. They might even get a second inhibitor. And Doran might die as well. I think this is feeling super G2-sided now. They're teleporting there. They have the super minions, and they're enhanced because of Baron. They got 2 inhibitors down. And that's one of the 2 towers. I think that's going to be a second. They're going for a fight down here and both die. Yeah, that's GG, right? T1 down. Pays. Finished 2. Oh, cool. That was so cool. I feel like that was super back and forth between who had the advantage there. Like, I feel like there were so many moments that just completely flipped the game. Like T1 sniping the dragon and then thinking, yep, that's a big advantage. And then they completely flip the... flip who's winning there. Wow. That was... Again, didn't have a full idea of what was happening there, but wow. Wow. So... yeah, and then they ended up 5v4 right at the end, and that was that. Currently watching the live match. Oh, and I don't need my timer now. Okay, I'll remember to actually get that started when we start the next game and have that timed properly. And I can change my my text here. Pop. That was... How does that compare to the usual games? It felt like there was so much going on there and constant flipping between who's there. So I think, yes, I could crop the timer that's on the stream, but I'm really worried. I basically want to run no risks of... I know that I've read the rules in regards to co-streaming and using right material, and I want to be a bit careful. But that felt really cool. I didn't understand most of what was happening, but having you guys with me is really helpful, because any questions or anything I miss kind of gets picked up. But yeah, in terms of then length, I think I heard them mention this is the longest game in MSI so far. Yeah, I'm a little bit conflicted, because I've been learning all about Faker in T1, but I am European, so kind of in general with at least with like Pro Valorant, I tend to support the European teams. But equally, I feel like from what I've heard, T1 are more fun to watch. So I think that's more fun in that front. More like to see Caitlyn, Ashe, Ari, and Syndra. Okay. Okay, so I can get a bit of an idea of how those characters are actually used. One thing I thought about is I think by the time we got to the Syndra game in draft, I probably played a little bit too much by that point, and probably also didn't go well because it was the end of a 6-hour stream. But so fearless draft in pro play. Oh, and does that include? So say I played Ashe one game. Can no one else play Ashe for the rest of the thing, or can a different team play the same champion? Yeah, I think it was a bit of wow. So there must be such a game of like, you just go, yep, this person really likes this one. I'm just gonna push them out first one. Wow. So I think in terms of then, you sit there and you're like, what kind of advantage can I gain? Because I feel like pulling out your best champion when it matters most is important, but I imagine you don't want to save your best thing for later because you might get cut off from it. But I guess with so many champions, these pros must have a relatively deep pool of champions. But it's just, I guess as you get later on, it's okay, what can we actually combo? And how can we actually make the best out of what what champions are left? Yeah. So like longer series is, I guess, almost push themselves to be longer. Like if you get to game 4, because people will be on their less happy champions, you'll end up with something a little bit longer. I think whilst this is, I'll mute this so I can talk with my my brain stack free. But yeah, this was really fun so far. There's, I think, so much going on that I'm missing, and I think hopefully over the course of the next few days, if all goes well, I'll be able to pick up a few bits of, I think, more macro, but also yeah, maybe I'll pick up a play or two. I've seen a couple of offensive flashes that seemed really nice. We don't have the match timer, but we have my timer, which should be roughly lined up to where the timer is on mine. Maybe a couple of seconds off, but if you want to watch it as a VOD, that should help. Yeah, in terms of pro teams, only really know about T1. In a bit of my research of what to watch, I've heard we're going to probably be getting a bit of extra hello, brain. We're getting another Hall of Legends soon. I think I read that they're supposed to be yearly. And then in doing so, Google's AI is like, oh, it's gonna be it's probably going to be Caps, and that seems quite cool because that's a player we're literally seeing now. But we do have a lot of stuff to watch about the pros, and I really wanted to wait for doing more stuff about pros in general because I wanted to actually play the game first. So, you know, when it's like, oh my god, look at this play, I can then start appreciating what that play actually is. And I think before having played, it would have been completely useless. And I think in terms of macro, I don't think a lot of it is important right now, but I can kind of chuck some of these bits in the back of my mind. And if they're somewhere in my brain, it might help later on when my instincts of what I should be doing get a bit more refined. I think, yeah, in the short term, it's definitely push for developing the micro skills, getting more used to farming, and starting to learn how best I can do in lane, how best I can play the characters, develop a bit of a champion pool, and then we can see from there. I mean, I'm really worried that you guys are going to see me attempt a dragon snipe multiple times and it's just going to fail. Does Ash's big arrow deal damage to the the dragon? Just chuck it off there for an off chance that he get a kill. Damn. Okay. So oh, Misfortune's ult. I think that's one of the characters I want to try as well. Mainly because you guys have told me that she's a little bit down the plays a bit similar to, well, how I play, and a bit similar to Ash. And that's another character that already we have, and we can use to deepen the pool a little bit. But I think so far the characters I'm comfortable with is really just Ash. But a little bit on Caitlyn. I feel like we got a few good traps going. We got a bit of a feel for getting like an E out, then getting the long range shot, getting the ult to actually finish the kill. And now that I'm getting more used to unlocked camera, that helps a bit more as well. Yeah, I think in terms of like by pretty much my only experience of playing competitive games in general is really Valorant. And I think in Valorant you can climb due to just really good game sense and ability usage. You can climb thanks to really good aim and mechanics, and you can climb when you're somewhere in between. I think the bad thing is I climbed to Ascendant with basically just mechanics based. My game sense wasn't fantastic, but kind of you guys have seen where I see blood and just go, yep, that's a kill I can get. That's a kill I win. That's a fight. that's how my brain goes in games. I think having mechanics be more of the key is like, I think what I prefer, I don't know. You guys have been seeing me on ADC. I don't know 100% if it's been the correct decision to push for that or not, but I do think that I find it really fun. I like being able to do a lot of damage and get a lot of sneaky kills that you couldn't get otherwise. But yeah, I think for the time being, it's the main priority is just get better at farming, get better at the early game, and then we can see where we end up later. Is then how is like role competition in general? Like for example on the ranked ladder, I know that like you play in Valorant and it's like, okay, 4 people have locked a dual list and you're like, well, that's some trouble here. And yeah, it's positioning that I also need to get a much better grip on. I think some of the time I push forward a little bit too much. Mid is the most sought after, jungle and support usually least. Uh, Mid lane is most commonly liked, but low yellow is pretty much all the same. Do you have, because I know in the draft I was playing, you had then two options. Like I had to queue for 2 roles. Do you still have to queue for 2 roles into well, probably ranked competitive? Okay. The one draft I played, I ended up with the with the second role, so it was a bit unfortunate. Okay, cool. Oh, I think we're seeing is that Syndra? No, maybe not. She looks a bit like her in jungle there. I feel like I need to really okay, it is Syndra. That's a very different position to, because I tried playing her in mid, right? Okay, that'll be something to watch. Swap at the end. Oh, I see. So you go for an earlier pick to. Can you do that on the ladder, say, or like in draft? Can you go and basically grab a character ahead of time to swap it? Yes. Okay. Cool. I imagine it's probably not relevant when you're playing with randoms, but probably much more relevant when you're playing with teammates. Okay, I'm actually really interested to really hone in on the Syndra gameplay here, because at least it'll be the first of the characters that I've actually played in a game, even though it didn't do too great. It'd be nice to see a bit of it. Sorry, I won't be able to put the game on the stream, mainly because it's I'm not a official Go streamer. I'd love to be, but also, you know, I first played League at the end of the tournament pretty much. So yeah, we'll see. I'll try the second it starts, I'll have my timer here synced up. And we'll see from there. Good morning. It is currently 28 degrees Celsius in this room. In fact, I should actually open my windows a little bit. Maybe should have started with that rather than letting myself heat up. Thanks for the reminder there. This game's going to be bloody interesting. How likely do we think we'll see the see similar competition to how it was last time? 17 Celsius. It is currently 28.2 Celsius here. Or does Syndra mid just make it bloody? Is that what it does? Yeah, G2 did win. It was quite the watch. Not that I not that I fully understand what was happening, but it felt like so back and forth. Oh, the casters seem to like that. Is that a spicy pick there? Okay. I feel like this is going to be a bit of another one of the fun watches. He becomes a massive guy. Okay. First time picked in the tournament. Wow. I feel like they've given me a treat for the first series I'm gonna watch. Wow. I feel like I'm gonna need a lot of help once again, but we'll go the whole game start to finish. Gonna get ready to start the timer as soon as it appears. Oh, okay, guys, we are 20 seconds late. That's my pre-warning. Click it a little bit earlier is what I've learned. Wow, a fight happening this early? Okay. I'm going to try my best to pay as much attention to what Caps is doing in this. Yeah, maybe we'll do that instead. Get it to 1 minute, and then the second their timer gets to 1 minute, go. I don't think I can add time. I'm using Google's timer here. So I think we'll just be stuck a little bit behind. But I think that's probably fine. So this is the Cho'Gath, is I think what you guys had written as? Okay, Caps versus Faker. Oh, the orb. Yeah, the thing I'm worried about with the stream timer is just a little bit I just want to be careful. I don't want to burn any bridges with Riot. But yeah, he's constantly maintaining that distance there. To be honest, I feel like in my mind, I'd really like to get quite good at Syndra because I really enjoyed it in the Aram game. I feel like she was just really fun to play. Okay, the stun there and the flash to get away. It's completely ready to flash away there. And Fake is a bit low. Oh, the chucking orb there, the W. I think one of the things that maybe playing a little bit more of Syndra would do is force me to play at more distance, because otherwise I die, and that's the easiest way of punishing myself. Getting the Twitch comments that they're chucking through. My general thing, I'm sure all of you know this already, but it's trying my best to do things that pick up the best habits, because even if it makes it a bit harder now and a bit more difficult, it's, I think in general, better to start with good habits. Okay. Yeah, tiny gold advantage, but I imagine it's not hugely important at this stage. Okay. Cap's fighting under tower to farm the minions. I'm playing completely behind the minions. Like, I think here it's, oh, I think that's dead. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Feel like I've been in that position, but just against one person. my Syndra game. Yeah, Flash is down and then they joined up. But I think in general, I'd much rather stick with ADC for the time being, and maybe swap to more Ari in my as a mid pick. Faker looking a little bit at mid. Okay, going back. Okay, going back to a 2v2 on bot lane. Oh, and they have all the levels on the side. And then this fight continues on. putting the ward down to waste time for the caps there, maybe? Okay, going back. That feels like a really aggressive spot to go back. 2v1 against Faker. Carrier here to help out as well. Right. So they've either got to deal with the ward there and then, or basically cost yourself in so much information. Still thinking about the dragon. The void grubs have spawned as well. And yeah, Cap's staying so far back. Oh my god. And wow, that was a great kill. And back to farming. Fakey getting a bit of distance. Yeah, playing really under tower here. And they're getting T1s going for the grubs. I don't think Owner's really going to get it unless Kerry and Faker jump over. Interesting. So there's three different separate mini objectives, really. I see. Oh, that's a place to go back. Yeah, there's a lot of like just sitting at your range here and just kind of baiting them into going a little bit forward, which is something I completely miss at this stage. And I probably take the bait too much. Okay, so you get an extra. Oh, and there's another one of those aggressive wards again. Okay. It's a little bit of an advantage, but nothing too big. That feels like that's a tower that they're going to get. And they're basically going to trade tower for tower, bot versus top. T1 getting a dragon there's pretty good. Can eat Yorick's wife. I feel like I saw that there earlier and I have no idea what that really means. I know he gets massive. Generally, Purple Void, short-term power. Oh, who's going to get the tower? Boom. 1 and 2. Yeah, interesting. It's like... feels like it's like trading queens here. Like in chess. Sorry, I should really explain where my brain's going with that. Like, yeah. Oh, first tower gives slightly more gold. Okay, so it is actually quite important. Oh, so spawns. Okay. And is that just the general direct counter pick, or is that like is that intentional based on how like kind of lore between the two characters, or is that just what happens to happen um between just the way the abilities interact? One feast off the maiden. Okay, he got one. So is this one of those situations where kind of like in hello brain kind of like how in the documentary everyone was saying, oh, Faker would pull out like the weirdest champions that no one expected. Is that kind of this play? Like the main idea of it is just to catch T1 off guard a little bit. Oh, that was close. I feel like still a little bit risky of a recall, but actually no one can really get there. Oh. Does Carrier live here? Oh, that's death. That's a risky recall as well. I do really like that we get these flips between vision, what they can actually see. Oh, well, that's a good kill. And Scumon's definitely going to die here, right? And then can they also? Wow. Oh, almost. That was really cool. The way that they went off of Carrier dying to end up then with getting 3 at a little bit later point. And top is still pretty even. That was, I think, a really good set of fights, but Carrier dead. Ona's fighting and Labrov's going to come and mess things up. Oh, okay, Caps does die. Broken Blade is massive. What? Wow. Okay. That feels like quite a big set of exchanges. Yeah. When people get on her, she dies. Because I think whilst Ash doesn't really have a get out of like big movement ability, she does slow them, which kind of does the same job. And so what's the benefit of being bigger? Does that like increase attack range, or is it just like a HP build? Yeah, and the ultimate gets her out. This feels like a big fight. Doran's super low. I think Doran dies there. Yeah. Faker getting a bit of distance from the side, but I think G2 get this objective. Okay, so it's big old HP buff. And also, yeah, I guess you can physically block. Okay, but they get the dragon for the for the other objective. Unless Lebrov has something to say about it. Okay. Smite finishes it. Carrier jumping caps. And Fake is there too. Wow. That feels like such a cool link up between these two. And then going back. That was really good. Okay. Cho'Gath's going and pushing the bottom. That's a lot of damage to the tower. And do the minions finish it? Yes, they do. Faker gets the tower in response. Faker might die here. Yeah, I don't see how he lives. Just trying to get a bit of damage. But in return, do they get... Oh, that's a really rough fight. Okay, that's not gone well. Caps is now here. Do they get the mid tower here? Wrinkled Demolish. Silas can steal ultimate abilities. Ooh. Who am I rooting for? I really don't know. I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but in general with pros, I tend to, like, for example, in Valorant, I tend to like the European teams because, well, I am European, but at the same time, T1 and Faker is what I've learned about in my my learning about the pros. So I kind of am a bit split. I think ultimately I just want to see a good game between them. But I will say the main reason, my original plan was to start with the game tomorrow, but I really wanted to, if there was a risk that T1 wouldn't get through this round, I really wanted to see T1 play. At least live, that is. See, I was a fanatic fan for Valorant when they had their I don't remember what year it was, but the year where they basically won so many of the things. That was so fun to watch. And I think in general, purely for the idea the European team could do quite well and help develop the European space, I'd want G2 to do well. What I like in Valorant is a lot of the time you have a good mix of teams and power between them. Obviously, it's a lot more skewed here, but yeah. So I'm a little bit mixed. Ultimately, this is my first game, and I think it's more important to watch games and get a feel for. Ooh, T2 feel like they have a big momentum advantage here. And is that owner dead as well? Not quite. Carrier trying to defend the tower with Faker. Okay. They save the tower at this stage, but that's a lot of ground. T1 have the advantage in buffs, but I think Baron's going to be a real big shift. Big shift here. Yeah, they're hitting it down now. Like, I feel like that a couple of minutes ago they had a super advantage fight, and now this kind of seals the deal. But they are T1 are getting the dragon alongside, so it's not everything. But that's another tower going down. Oof. And yeah, look at how far back Caps is playing. Like, I think the problem as well was I saw the minion line as my front line, but actually playing even behind that. So what does the Soul Dragon do? But yeah, all of G2 are really defending that bottom area, not even trying to stop T1 from getting any ground there and sneaking the dragon. Okay. Gives different buffs depending on which soul. So this one will be regeneration. Interesting. Oh, wow. Look at that difference. That feels huge, right? Yeah, that thing is huge. Can it eat a tower at this stage? And they're going back. How long's the dragon got on it? I guess we can't see at this stage. Game is over at this point. Oh yeah, top left we have the timers. It's quite a while. So it feels like G2. Sorry. Just got something stuck in my my throat there. Sorry about that. But yeah, it feels like G2 are just going to try and push their advantage right now and prevent them from getting much ground at this point. Yeah, they're just going to defend that bottom side, aren't they? Gets one going back. Two going back. I mean, they're not really controlling the area where the dragon is anymore. Okay. He's backing up. I guess the question is, do they Yeah, it does feel quite rough, doesn't it? Minions are making good ground, but yeah, they just need to make their way to the soul, but it's going to spawn, well, now. And it looks like two of them are just going to go for it. Yeah, they didn't manage it. Are they able to counter with the Baron, maybe? If it's the Baron spawning? Okay, let's see. 5 seconds left. There it spawns. Four of them are in the area. Getting a bit of damage on it already. Yeah. They're thinking about it. Oh, Lebrov could die. Okay, goes back. Yeah, I think this is game from this. I think this is done here. I don't think they. I think with the advantage, and they've gotten the last two objectives. Short of some miracle snipe here. Okay. They got a turret in response, question mark? But I don't think it's gonna. Yeah, don't think it's gonna go. So I imagine now the only real play is hold back, hope they overextend, trying to finish the game and get kills. If you can wipe them, that might bring a little bit more advantage, but I imagine it's done. Can they get him here? Probably not. The support's there. Yeah. Wow. Well. Yeah, so really a lot of this game was decided in the draft phase. Picking a rogue pick did enough for that. GG's. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. So yeah, I think that's so cool that there can be such rogue picks. And so now, yeah, it's I could go change my we'll stop the timer. I'll get this to a minute so we can time it better. But for now, we can do this. Wow. That's the first game felt really even. This one felt a little bit too one-sided there. Do you think Do you think they get a couple of games back, or is it a T1 really struggle town? So my time is almost at a minute, and then I'll pause it and we can then get it playing so we have it timed up. Yeah, so the thing with Syndra there, that'll do. Yeah, the thing with Syndra was, I think, it exactly what you guys were telling me to do, just staying so far back, and so playing hard positionally. And I think my problem was when I played, even in a team fight, I viewed like my front minions as my front line, and also at risk of then a character that could literally just get behind me. So it was then a case of you've just got to play even further back than you feel. Like, even if you can't hit an ability, you can drop down an orb and send it at them. And also, I think one of the things I realized was in my in the Aram game we played, I had a much better time also because there wasn't a risk of getting flanked and getting hit from the side. Whereas yeah, the less flanks was the key bit, I think, because there was less on my mental stack, because it was kind of sit back, my team's doing the fighting in front of me, pop my abilities in there. And I think because the lane phase went so badly for me, because, it felt like a rough matchup, but really behind them, it felt a bit more challenging. But regardless, it was quite nice to see what a character I played actually looks like. Hopefully we see maybe an Ashe, maybe a Caitlyn, and we can get another one of those feels. Another one of those feels for how a character should play. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Very, very likely. Perfect. Great. I'm quite excited to see what I think of the characters I've played. Syndra's probably the one I'd gained the least out of from seeing played by pro. But definitely Ashe and Caitlyn, I played quite a number of more reps. Yeah, I didn't end up trying Jinx. I think we definitely will. I don't see a reason why we wouldn't. Boom. That stun there really really guarantees that kill, doesn't it? Because what we did try was Twitch, and that did not go well. That I think it was a little bit too much on the mental stack, that I forgot the more fundamental bits that were going well for me previously. And I think for where we are right now, it's simplicity is the name of the game. We ended up getting Twitch because I got a thing from a crate, a box, a chest. And yeah, it's I think then in the later games I wasn't always shift clicking, but shift clicking for most of it, and the more I do it, the more it will become habit. And yeah, we've unlocked the camera. it felt, I think, yesterday in the day that I wasn't making a huge amount of progress, but actually afterwards I sat there, had to think about, you know, how the games went, what I did, and I think we learned quite a bit in terms of mechanics, playing a bit more properly, refining what was already working. And I think there's a number of times where my camera is completely not where it's supposed to be, but we're getting there. But yeah, anyway, I was going on a rant about myself here, but I saw a chat message, how did I find the game? And this was really cool. I think I think the first game was super exciting because of the kind of back and forthness, like the sniping of the dragon, shifting the thing, getting the Baron, and that shifts the the fight again. That one was really exciting. This one felt then a little bit like, whoa, there's things happening here that are wildly different. Oh, that's rough. But yeah, this one then felt a little bit more dominant, but still a little bit back and forth. Like even, and then a moment happens, and then the game shifts. But yeah, did I hear anything interesting from the commentators? I heard them saying he ate the maiden, which Common said as well. But I think really at the moment there's still not a lot in what I can really pick up and what I can really learn. But I think that's okay. I really like this camera, right? They go back to the coaches, have a chat, look at the games, and go, "Yeah, this is what we can do." I feel like we don't really have that in Valorant. I think this is really cool. He's going, "Look, this is where we messed up. Oi, where are you? Look, we need to have a chat about your play here. Come on." Yeah, look, take a look at this. What did I do wrong? You did this. Look here, you overextended. I really like this. Because what I do like in Valorant is like the cutaway to coach cams, and they're just like raging, but that kind of fits in between rounds, which doesn't really have as much of a place here. But yeah, I think a mixture of just watching more and playing more will will help this. Hopefully, come I was about to say champs, come worlds, we'll be able to have a slightly different slightly different view there. But yeah, that's a little bit away. But yeah, pro play I think is super interesting. Like you can, I think in general with pro games that I noticed here, you see if you like zoom in on a little bit, you can see exactly what's happening. But it feels like there's so much. I mean, worlds more than what's happening in my own games, but in general, um, I imagine probably worlds more than what you guys than what happens in your games too. Yeah, I really hope they make it to worlds too. I think, I mean, from what I've heard and from what I've seen, it seems so exciting, and so like they're the team you want to see get to the big tournaments, just because you can never like count them out when they're there. Do a video stream or series of checking out all the champions. I think we will. For the lore side, um, I originally planned on doing the champion cinematics ahead of Arcane, but I was told that it's a pretty good idea to do Arcane first because yeah, the whole lore changed after Arcane. So get the fullest experience of Arcane that I can get at this point, rather than, you know, watching half of the champion cinematics and half later. So going through Arcane first, then doing the lore cinematics. Not the lore cinematics, the champion cinematics, and we can work from there. And then in terms of them seeing what they do, I think I want to play a little bit more and get a bit more of a feel for the game itself, because I think at this stage, like, even if I sit there and read what a champion does or I look at the animations of a champion, I don't really fully understand what that does. So I think once I have a better idea of what it feels like to be hit by certain abilities, what it feels like to use certain abilities, the different kinds of effects, then I think it's a good time to take a look at then what all of the champions do in like a very top-down level, to then get a feel for, oh, I'm up against this. Okay, I need to be careful for that, and build that myself. So I think we'll wait a little bit on that front as well, because I don't think it would be worth it to do it at this stage, because I just don't think I'd get the value out of it I'd get from having more experience in the game. Yeah, so for watching them in blocks of 3, I wanted to watch the first one just to get it, just to, you know, learn how to edit it, learn how to make it, figure out what it's going to look like visually, that kind of thing. And from this point onwards, I think I will do in blocks of 3. So I did 2 and 3, and they're going to go out in a video, and then we'll probably get 4 through 6 and 7 through 9 as the next sets. Yeah, this is my my first time watching the Pro League. It's I'll be 100%. I accelerated when I'd first play the game compared to my plans. I wanted to have it as soon as possible, because looking at then, you know, I had so many comments saying, MSI is happening right now, you should check it out. And I'm like, there's going to be absolutely no value in me watching this and not having played. Like, zero. It's, I think, like, when we saw clips in the Faker documentary, having the people having like the casters hyped was really cool. And you think, wow, that's great. But it doesn't, I don't think it builds the same. Now that I've actually got a little bit of an idea, I think it's great. Guys, what are we doing? Recruit him into an addiction. I think I'll be relatively safe on the addiction front, mainly because I don't really plan on playing outside of streams and outside of videos. So I have the limit of, okay, I can't really play more because I've got a video to edit, and I can't really do. That being said, I did play for like 6 hours yesterday, so, you know, maybe it is happening, but at least in that way it's more measured, and I won't find I've spent 14 hours in a day playing the game. Well, I've also started playing recently, so I'm impressed at how well you're doing for a beginner. Yeah, I think in general, I'm kind of trying to mimic how I kind of played Valorant and how I play other games, which is just in general, the most important thing is having fun. And I really just enjoy ramming my head against it, learning. If things go wrong, we try again. And I think in general, I'm a bit lucky because I don't tend to tilt. It takes quite a lot to get me quite tilted. So I try my best to just, you know, take a chip on the shoulder, and just move on. And and try and pick up what went well, pick up what went wrong. But also then, if it's going well, keep pushing on what's working. From the first stream, I might play some rounds in between streams. That's strictly on look, I get a new champion if I play each day, so I might need to go and play another one. But yeah, the main reason actually I decided to do anything League related was I saw Jinxie getting into it, and I was like, oh, you know, Jinxie jumps to a game, it does well. So I thought, okay, we'll take my ranking format, bring it to another game and test, and just so surprised at how many of you connected with it and connected with my way of doing things, my way of talking things through, my way of yeah, ending up and I expected in general the what I expected was when we actually get to playing the game, I thought there'd be very little turnout, to be honest. I was thinking, you know, if we have 30 people with me live, I'd be quite happy. I think that's a successful result. Well, here we are watching a pro game at, what time is it? 8 a.m. in the morning, 9 a.m. And yeah, 70 of you here. So it's been amazing that the kind of support. I also expected people in general were like constantly, and even the impression I had, you know, League players, they're not the best, that they're gonna rage at you doing things wrong, and the world of support I've gotten is so different. I think I saw something earlier that I wanted to respond to, and I've completely lost it. Okay, lost it. Brain gone. Okay. I think what would be quite cool is, you know, Riot, if you're listening at this point, I know you're not. Give me co-streamer. I'd love to. But no, realistically, you know, I'm super new to the scene, and I'm quite glad that, yeah, I mean, people, my duo in Valorant is a woman, so I know exactly what what toxicity in a game what a game looks like. For starting the timer, I've got it at 1 minute. So when we get to 1 minute on the stream, I'll just hit play. I think I looked, and apparently in August they're going to open the ticketing for Worlds, but I need to properly look into it. What I wanted to do was kind of use MSI and this phase to kind of create a precedent. Say, look, here's me reacting to it. I'm not using your stuff. Here's my, I guess, slightly different perspective, super new player perspective on things, and, you know, see if I have a case there. And if not, you know, I think this is fine. The fact that there's a bunch of you watching along with me anyway is more than enough, really. And yeah, we can see. Who's your favorite character so far from lore in the game? I won't go too into what I've seen, but for lore wise, in general, I think Kindred. The cinematic I know most about is the Still Here one, and I think it's so interesting. Like all the conversations I was having in the comments whilst watching, I think Kindred's so interesting. Then for we're getting the picks here, but then for Arcane, I really like what I've seen from Vi so far. I'm at the end of I finished episode 3, and I blown away. I think so far they've done such a good job with her character development. So that's where I'd put from Arcane so far. And then in terms of the game, I really like playing Ashe. She's been my favorite to play so far. So yeah, those are my gave 3 favorites there. Yeah, I'd be interested. You guys that are here, who are your favorites? Lore, game. Probably don't tell me about Arcane. I want to keep that as spoiler free as possible. Thresh, Lysandra, Yasuo, Caitlyn, Briar. Now, unless there's another person called Caitlyn, I think I've also met Caitlyn in Arcane. Jin, Oriana, Kai'Sa, Mordekaiser, Aatrox. Man, I love the fact that it's not everyone going with the same favorites here. I love that there's such a big mix. Am I rooting for T1? Somewhat. I don't think I'm at this stage rooting for either. In my mind, really, I'd want either of these two to go the way, just because I'm European. I like when Europe and in general my nationalities and things do well. Don't talk to me about the World Cup. Um, but also T1's the team I've learnt the most, so I also want to see, the legend of Faker continue and the team around it. So for me, to be honest, I wish these two would be in the final facing off. But I also know nothing about the other teams, so it's swings and roundabouts, I guess. Yeah, what I read was yeah, there's a Hall of Legends coming up, and people were thinking that it might be Caps as the next one, because you had one from Korea, um one from China, and next maybe Europe, America, that kind of thing. Uh, yeah, I love such a mix of characters they like playing, champions rather, champions they like playing, champions they like in the lore. So, any weird picks so far? Anything quite exciting? So, oh, they banned Caitlyn. No, we're not going to see a Caitlyn game. Are you going to watch the BLG HLE? Potentially. Originally, my plan was to watch the games from tomorrow onwards because they are much better time for me. It I started the stream at maybe how long have I been going? 2 hours, and it is currently 9. So I started roughly at 7 o'clock, which is doable, 7 a.m. But yeah, quite early. Ah, so are we praying that the T1 win this purely because that means we might see Ash Ash in the one previously, or the next game rather. Yeah, also interesting that the bans are sequential. It's not just ban all at the start and then see where things go. See you soon. 5 games. Special tournament draft. Got you. Is that misfortune? I realize I don't really know. Could also just be a mage with ginger hair. Does Misfortune have glasses? Having played her in the tutorial alone, it's not the most. Okay, Aurora. Yeah, I think it would be interesting if we ended up with some kind of draft in Valorant. I think it's very very possible because we're ending up with more and more agents. Even like agent rotations, something like that would be interesting to see. Okay, so finally the support. So any proper ADCs in this that I want to look out for, or are we in another one of the mage games? Zarya, reckon for T1, the lovers in the lawn have special interactions. Cool. Okay, both are proper ADCs. Cool. Yeah, not sure. Genuinely no idea what either of them do, but we'll have a watch. Look out for what they do. Either of them match somewhat my playstyle, or in general are ADCs much closer. Zarya probably fits your style of gameplay. Bit more difficult, but seems to be right up. Oh, I feel like that Mayhem game is like a complete blur in my mind. I had no idea what was happening. So yeah, I guess I did play him. Oh yeah, because we got so lucky at the end, managing to end up with an ADC. Oh yeah, the big bullet that you charge up and it goes further. Got you. Okay. I'll get ready to start the timer the second mine gets to 1 minute. Yeah, 30 seconds might have been a better move, but I didn't want to risk being behind again after doing this. So 58, 59, 1 minute. Okay. I think I'm maybe like a second behind at most, so I think we're okay. We'll play a auto attack based Various. Okay. That's a little bit scary. Yasuo and Super Galaxy Gnar. Oh, I see. They're the skins ahead of it. Got you. So, yeah, nothing super major, I think, happening here. Oh, yeah. I feel like the exciting fights will happen at the bottom in general. To start with. Oh, never mind. You know what? I spoke way too soon. Is that first blood? Surely, right? Yeah, nice. First blood. Yeah, get a kill. A little bit low, so just heading back. Wow, that's a really nice way of doing things. Yeah, not putting on skins just to show you can. In general, I quite like. I think once I'm like super committed to a game and I'm into it, then I think skins are fun. I don't tend to get too many. Like, I tend to like look and I'm like, yep, that's my favorite skin. Get that, and then then basically run that only. But yeah, it's super important to, in general, you don't need to spend, unless a game costs money, obviously. But in a game like this, you don't need to. You get skins. You get skins if you want to get skins. Yeah, like it's. I think in general, wow, what a shot there! Was that max range for his skill there? But yeah, I quite like in general free to play games just because there's such a low, like, there's no cost entry, and especially like when you're younger, you don't want to go and buy a game out. You can go and actually play it for free, and then if you want to do more, you can. And if you can't do more, you can still play it and have similar experience, unless it's pay to win. But still, it pay to win are also okay. Right, gives lots of free skins. I don't know. Where's my free skins in Valorant? Get a couple of classics, but oh wow, more than 150. Because another thing in general is, you know, if suddenly I stop liking the game, that's a different story. But how is the value of things like battle passes, for example? Already have a skin? Oh, okay. Well, we'll take that, I guess. Wow, that is a lot of skins. And this is a good fight. Yep, almost. Nice. I feel like I'm just here supporting cool looking kills. Because I don't buy battle passes in Valorant, for example. I had one or two early on because it's nice to get a nice collection of skins early on. Wow, quite a bit of a level advantage up at the top here. 1847 rather. Oh, can they get? They can't get Skew Mod, and he's going back. Can these two cut off Hand Summer though? I also think though the having one of the biggest games in the world kind of gives them the ability to give much more stuff for free, whereas a game that some games that have much smaller player bases, only a certain percentage of people spend money, and only a certain percentage of people spend a lot of money. So some games really need to put more stuff pay gated to support. So are the skins in the battle pass generally player specific? Character specific? Are they do you get what's effectively premium skins? Because I know in Valorant they make their own. They give random. They could be a little bit careful there. It is 2v1. I don't know if you know it's a 2v1. I assume you know now. This looks like a bit of ground for... Ooh, massive shield that he just gained. Oh, can Carrier get this? Carrier might die. Okay, no. Paze needs to back up. Getting a bit of damage through on his way out. Okay. So it's one of those. Take a look. If it's a character you play and a character you quite like, you can go for it. Ah, lovely kill for Carrier there. And we're bit of an advantage. So gold is very similar, but Ocean Drake was gone by T1 and tiny gold advantage. So I think net advantage for T1 here. Cool. The N is equivalent to the highest tier. Oh, G2 got grubs, so objectives are even. And the gold, that's such a little advantage in gold. There's an advantage in kills, so there might be a little bit of a level advantage. They need to be careful here. Owner needs to maybe push in and save them. Okay, the fight, ADC died. Yeah, that hasn't gone well at all. So I think that's a bit of a shift in the advantage again. I think for this map, or this specific game, I'm supporting T1 just because I think a loggy game's more exciting. And I would say I like to support underdogs, but G2 are the underdogs going into this, right? I think one of the main things I'm learning here is also I feel like they're using also far more abilities on the minion waves than I am in general. I think I worry a little bit too much about my cooldowns, and I need to just commit to things. It's much better to use an ability that I didn't 100% need than not use the ability and then die because I didn't have it, then not use it and just get really behind on value. Oh, Carrier with that flank there, I think. Oh, that fight felt really close. I still don't really know which way this is. Okay, G2 really won through that. Do you have any friends that play leagues? Not really, to be honest. I have some that play Smite, but I've never played Smite myself. This was my first MOBA, which I think shows, I think. T1 top 2 to 3 and G2 top 4 to 5. Can bet on them via pick'ems. Yes, there were pick'ems in Valorant, so familiar with that. But for now, I mean, I have no judgment. I guess we could go and send it, but isn't it generally ahead of the tournament that you lock it in? Can Valorant join? I went, league's great. And she just looked at me like, what do you mean? What do you mean league's great? Skills on 1, 2, 3 and ult on 4. Yeah, that's fair. I feel my the thing I find is like my brain goes WSD, WSD. But yeah, sometimes like I respawn and hit W just because I'm like, okay, I need to walk out spawn, but you know, we're getting there. They carrier heading back. I think that was carrier. And yeah, a lot of lane switching once again. I guess it's a lot of trust that, well, you know, your team will swap with you, whereas probably in well, definitely at my level, that's just not going to happen. It's too complicated. Okay, fighting the Drake. They might get Broken Blade here. Yeah, I think they do. So that's a bit of an advantage going into the Drake fight. Be a little bit careful there, carrier, because Handsummer might come and attack too. But yeah, that's a Drake for them. So a bit of a gold disadvantage, but an advantage with the Drakes. So in my mind, T1 are a little bit behind here. Got you. Is that something that, say, in probably not in my game, but in ranked maybe would be something that you see? So is that something useful to my game somewhat soon? That was a nice kill. A little bit of a hit from the tower there for Pace, but works out. Around gold plat, so quite a while away. And can they get Skewmod here? Caps is quite low as well. I think this is a very much one fight. And I think they get the tower. Okay, not quite. And they head back. Okay, swapping's very common, so probably something I need to think a little bit about in my own games, but yeah, mostly work on just improving my game. Okay. Yeah, it's what I'm really enjoying is there's so much, like, the game's super complicated, but equally, at least I've found, to start playing it, it's gone okay. I was going in, I was really worried that I'd get 100% bodied every game and there'd be nothing in it. I think that's in our future, but we've had a bit of a start with some of that magic, and some of the first games with players, we also had a bit of that magic come through as well. So that's quite nice to see. Okay. G2 going for, I don't remember what that's called, but Baron slot. And I think they just get it. They're going to try. Owner's thinking about sniping it. And blue team get it. Herald, nice. Yeah, it felt okay. Like, we had a couple of games where it felt a little bit impossible. I mean, the first game with players that felt impossible was a 4v5, so that was fine. Then one of them felt completely impossible. and the draft game was rough, but you know, went okay. And we're constantly learning, which is great. Get the Eye of the Herald. You can spawn it for your team. Charge at enemy towers to help take them down. Okay. Is Faker dead here? I don't think he's got anything to get out, so yeah. That's rough. Kills are quite even. Gold's also really even. And the objectives are pretty even too, right? Just T1 have the Drakes and G2 have the Baron slot, the Rift. Right. Gold difference in the ADCs. Void objectives. Okay. So that's the Void side and then the Drake side, I guess. Void grubs and Herald is more for gold, while Drake's are permanent buffs. I think G2 got grubs. That's what I saw a chat message saying earlier. G2 could snipe this Drake. They're going to get chased out of it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, blue got it. That's unfortunate. Oh. But are they going to win the fight? Caps can die. Nope. Caps lives. And I think Doran dies too. Yeah. This feels like a shift. This feels like a... Oh, and that's the Herald there. Yeah, feels like the scale is in G2's favor. The fact that Caps did that well and lived was insane. Let's see the replay of this. So watching Caps goes out, pushes. Was that the ult? Caps sends out the Herald. Owner, Doran. Flashes onto him. And is that the ult? That big circle? Wow. And the fact that Caps lived on that tiny bit of HP. Who the hell is that guy? They might get denied that retreat. Oh, hits it and gets him out of it. And that's Faker dead. That feels like a big shifter as well. Yeah, things are tipping G2. I think they get a tower back in their favor, which is something. But yeah, the tides are in G2's favor here. It doesn't feel too big of an advantage. Like it could very much be winnable by the circus magic, as you put it. But we'll have to see. Okay, G2 going back. Faker goes to flank. Can he get there in time? Yeah, he can. Deny the return. But he needs to live here. And Doran joins up. Okay, yeah. He's dead. Broken Blade gone. That's something. and the Baron's here. So all 5. But they've got to be careful. Okay, giving up on the Baron for a little bit. Because currently 4v4 here, 3v4. Oh, they're going to crunch on this. Okay, 3v3 here. Cap's dead. Nope, Caps lives. Okay, never mind. Okay, 3v3 now. Owner dead. Faker's coming in from the bottom. Pace dies. 3v4. 3 of them are low, which is something, but yeah, that was something. Okay, Faker got 1. Can Faker get 2? No, Faker dies. That's a great dodge. Oh, and I don't think Carrier can go and help. That feels like a big shift again. I think that just pushed the advantage a little bit more into G2's favor. Yeah, interesting. So, like, the flash on the map? Oh? Okay. That's something. Pay's getting a strong kill on Caps. Because he's been the difference maker, right? Feels like Caps has been doing so much. 3v2 here. They're thinking about going for the Drake. Everyone's pinging it. Wow. Okay. Doran's low. Carriage just in the middle. Okay. Can they go in? Wow. Nice kill. Airborne. That's another kill, right? Wow. Okay. That's a shift again. And look at the gold difference. And now they go for the Baron. Broken Blade's going back. They're all retreating. Baron's theirs. Okay. I feel like the advantage has massively gone down. Oh, unfortunate that Carrier missed that ability. That's a Broken Blade's dead. Lebrov's. I think we're back to all square. In fact, even T1 winning. Okay. I'm here. I'm here for this. Genuinely, like, I have so much more of an idea of what's happening, literally from the first game to this. Like, I'm starting to see what kind of fights win, what kind of things lead to an advantage. That was so cool. In fact, it feels like the advantage is completely flipped, and we're in T1 territory. Oh, that was great. That was amazing. Carries half. Okay. That's unfortunate. They missed the kill and gets healed. Okay. Be careful. You don't want to lose both Owner and Faker here. The advantage might be leaving. Okay, Faker lives. Yep. Okay. So far, this fight 1-for-1. Carrier can get push. Nice. Oh my god. Can you get Broken Blade too? Okay. We're in T1. We're in T1 territory. Wow. Wow. That was amazing. And now they've got enough bodies to just go, yep, the tower's done. I think I've been really lucky with the series I've started with, haven't I? And that's the inhibitor down. Okay, head back. Wow. Yeah, the fact that he lives here. Yeah, I was thinking too, this was completely the opposite way. Like this fight just feels like it shouldn't have gone T1's way. And then Carrier just pushing the issue. Boom, boom, and then Broken Blade stuck. Wow. I think I've had such a treat for the first series that I'm ever watching. Wow. The first game was a treat. Second game was a little bit dominant. It's crazy that like in my head it's like T1's gonna win the whole series. They've done it. They've won these fights. It's then GG. But no, I won't jinx it. We'll stop. No, T1, they're losing. They're losing. And this is fight from behind. Yep. Wow. So hit with an ability, I assume like an ultimate that can just grab someone and bring them back. Look at that. Oh, that's... Yep, that's another one. Oda gets the kill. Carrier's so low. Wow. I feel like we went from this map or this game felt very much G2 for a while, but we're in for a series. Wow. Wow. Okay. Gonna reset my timer, get it up to a minute again, just so we've got it for the next one. Oh. I mean, I think even if G2 won this game, I still think it would have been a great series, just because of how good the first game was, and if this game somehow swung in G2's favor, I think it still would have been a T1 circus. I'm seeing on the cast there. That was so good. Like, you know, I was there halfway thinking, yep, T1 are behind. You guys are saying, look, trust, T1 love it behind, and well, pause. But yeah, that was fantastic. I so many of those fights felt that's not great, and then boom. So yeah, wow. What I was saying, and I think I feel like I'm getting the arrival of people in between going, okay, we've seen someone know what they're talking about. Now let's see let's see the noob's perspective on what the hell just happened. But I feel like we've just been in for such a treat with this series. I'm assuming it's not usually this crazy and this exciting. Earlier you guys were saying, oh, lucky it might not be a whitewash and a complete sweep. And well, we had such a treat in the first game and such a treat in this one as well, that I think also for this one, I had a bit more of a perspective of, like, it took the first two games to get a bit of a feel for what it's like. And timing's impeccable. Yeah, I think, you know, I almost didn't do the one today because, yeah, bit early in the day, but wow. And this was the kill that really shifted it, I think. Like it was from this moment where Pays got the kill on Caps, and then just suddenly the balance shifted. See, that's how I'd like to play. I think in some of my games we've got little snippets of that, but also I died a lot in the process, so it's a bit of a mix there. But the whole gang now looking, okay, what happened? Yeah. So, oh, and you see the overall KDA. Interesting. And way more assists, so I guess that shows that they were working a bit more together. I guess relatively they're similar assists, but and like the damage isn't that different. Like obviously there is a difference, but yeah, wow. Just complete like disadvantage, and then the complete flip. Wow. Wow. So I think temporarily I'm gonna go grab myself another drink, and I'll be back once we get to the next part. Well, as soon as I've got the drink. So chuck us over to my my waiting bit. See you all very soon. Everyone, sorry for the wait. I'll update my lovely counter here. 2-1. Oh, yeah, it's really heating up this tournament. And I'm I, to be honest, really didn't know what to expect really. And I think, yeah, super lucky with the game I've got. And I'm also glad that, I mean, even what I knew about this in the first game versus this game, very different. Like, I feel like I know much more now than I did before. I don't know how much of how much of it is applicable to my own games, but I think it's applicable to actually watching it, which is great. For my classic streaming check, my room is currently 29.3 degrees Celsius, which yeah, nice and toasty. I think I think in the first game I didn't get too much of the wildness of the plays, but in that one, like the kill that Pays got on Caps mid, then the team fights that just felt felt like it was G2, and then it just swapped and swapped. And oh man, that was so good. Because I know in general with again, I talk about Valorant a lot because that's my most experienced thing, but if at least I've got a cap on. Yeah, the two lights I've got shining on me, it's helping block the heat from those. But yeah, like in Valorant, I know a lot of the advice is take a look at some of the pro games. Even if you don't pick things, even if you don't actively pick things up, you'll get a better feel for what you should be doing, when you should be doing it, what angles are good to hold, what agents work well in certain ways. And I think in the same way that, yeah, even if I'm not um actively gaining the knowledge, um it will, the more you do it, the more it will bleed in. And to be honest, this has been a lot of fun. And I think I will be doing more. And I think in general, the best part of my gameplay has been that I've had a somewhat decent intuition. I've had a lot of you say that that's what's worked quite well. And the reason then I want to be doing more, working more on what's good habits and what's good things is because if whatever I can add to that intuition, that like just the raw instinct of what I should be doing when I should be doing it, what buttons to press, the more that goes subconsciously, the better. And yeah, hopefully hopefully bits of this will help feed into that part of my gameplay. The other thing I'd like to do is, yeah, thanks so much everyone who's joined me for something like this. I'll be 100%. When I was planning this, this is another one of those things that I go in thinking, you know, it'd be great to do. You know, you see for Valorant, I'd watch a lot of Tarek, whether that was him watching it live or otherwise. I loved watching Owner Pixel watch the Valorant because in I guess maybe a not as similar way to me, but he brings a completely different perspective on Valorant, and I think that's super cool to see. It's super cool to, you know, you guys all know the characters that we've got in these games, and for me, I'm meeting. Well, I say meeting. I'm seeing them for the first time, and I'm seeing the kind of spectacle of this. I also think, in general, League does make for a better viewer sport because, in the same way, like a football match, for, well, I would say for 45 minutes, you've got constant gameplay, but we now have hydration breaks. But for a certain amount of time, you have a lot of it's just constant things happening. And I think, unlike in Valorant, where every 2 minutes you're sat there, okay, and now we wait again. It's just yeah, a constantly evolving match. But also, I think as flipping a game's advantage feels a lot harder in this game. But seeing it twice is great. Man, this has been such an exciting thing. Okay, now please don't ban Caitlyn or Ashe. They banned Seraphine, so we might not see the Ashe, is what you guys were saying. But we'll see. G2 up, yeah. G2 were 2-0 up, and we're now at 2-1. Bit of a crazy time, and they were winning the map 3. So this has been exciting. And I think I've been really lucky for the first series that I've chosen. So interesting. They ban 3, then do some picks, ? And then ban 2 more. Is that a... Oh, yeah. We will see a Caitlyn. Nice. Okay. Another game where we get to see... I think... Well, yes, we did. It was Varus, right? The one that I played in Aram. Oh, and Ashe. Okay. Yep. This is gonna be where I get the learning. What am I drinking? I'm drinking Coke, and not you know, I'm all for Diet Coke, Coke Zero, that kind of thing. I hate it. Real Coke, normal Coke. Keeps the energy. But yeah, this will be really interesting because I think unlike games where we see unlike a game where I'd get to see Ashe but against something I don't really know how it works, I've got a decent feel for both Ashe and Caitlyn. I've played enough to have an idea of yeah, what they do, how they play. And Lux is one I've played up against, or had on my team in a game, played up against in a game. So I feel like this is my learning game. I think that's what we're in for. Next game, Pokemon Champions tournament. I've played a bit of Pokemon. I haven't played Pokemon Champions, and I've never played like competitively. I've played the mainline games. I've played Emerald, really liked Emerald. Alpha Sapphire, I really enjoyed. Black and White 2. Never played Diamond Pearl. Yeah, so we'll I'll leave that there with my gameplay. I've played the recent ones and actually really excited for Winds and Waves. I guess whilst we're here, another question I'd like to throw out into the ether. Is there interest in other games in general? I've been very League at the moment, and to be honest, I'm really enjoying it. But is there interest in much others? There's a bunch of like single player games I've never played. There's a bunch of like other things that I don't think for now is on the radar, but just in general. It's what I've really liked about particularly you guys from the League audience is, you know, I put up a poll and within a day or two I get so many responses and so much information I can get quite quickly. So I've never really played fighting games. I played probably about 20 minutes of Brawlhalla, and that's about it. Zelda and Pokemon. One thing that I'm excited about is Ocarina of Time remake. I have never played Ocarina of Time. I've played Majora's Mask, but I've never played Ocarina of Time. So that's really exciting. And Pokemon, when the new Pokemon comes out, I really want to play that. Expedition 33, I've never played. That's on my list. In fact, I think I've bought it, but I just haven't played it. Never played Witcher 3 either. Never played Cyberpunk. I've got so many games that that I'm like forever sat in my list of games to play, and yeah, it's something, you know, I'd be up for doing on the channel. I'd also be up for doing. Feels like you were born yesterday. Yeah, true. I mean, I have there are a lot of games I have played, but yeah, it's some of the bigger single player games I haven't. Like I've played a lot of the Zelda games. One of my favorites was Phantom Hourglass. I really liked that back when. Okay. Anyway, I think we've done our off-topic other games chat. What's happening? Rip Riot Forge. Online chess. I have played a bit of chess actually. I think I'm like 600, 800. And puzzles I'm like 15, 1600. Games stress me out, but I quite like the puzzles. I've played thousands and thousands of hours of Minecraft. Like that was my main game for a long time. Playing on Hypixel, playing modded Minecraft. I've spent way too many hours in Hypixel Skyblock. That's I don't think are worth it, but you know, played a lot of gacha games, which you'll see on this channel. Yeah. Otherwise, not too sure really. Like played GTA and a lot of GTA actually. I've really enjoyed that. See, I remember playing Bed Wars when it first came out, and we were super proud that we had like a 3 or 4 minute win in when it was still in the prototype lobby. That was great. Okay, getting ready with my timer, and then we'll be in the game itself. A fight going on super early, but not committing. Okay, what are some weird picks that we've got going on here? And just waiting until. Okay, timer going. Faker's playing his signature pick. Okay. Okay, so yeah, focusing on farming, bit of damage to each other. Labrov going really in, big fight, pays my die. Or hand summon my die instead. Ooh, if Carrier hit that ability, I think that would have been over. Oh, that big shot missing is rough. That's a bit scary. Good place to ward, which is something I should really learn from. Biggest paper out the world on any champ, yeah. Bot lane's very fight heavy. Okay. Oh, and Doran, can he get it? Oh, nice. Faker dies though to Caps. No, he lives. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. And he goes back. These two go back. Did these two get the Ash, or did Ash go back? Okay, Doran going back. I see. Yeah. Interesting. So playing for... Oh, and there's a fight going on mid. Caps are dead? Yeah. Wow. Faker gets the kill and goes back. Okay, this feels like a very different start to the ones we've had so far. Okay, yeah, Pace can get good damage, and Labrov dead, no chance. Wow, 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 wow. And I don't think Ash can get much done here. Yep, and that's Ash dead. The long range shot because they were netted. Ooh. Now it's back to farming. And yeah, so completely waiting until a minion's one-shottable and then doing it. Okay, back in the fight. Carrier versus Labrov. Pace comes in. Wow. And yep, this is brutal. There is aggression going on. And under the tower of all things, he goes 1-for-1, but I mean, the kills are so far in 2-1's advantage here. Wow. This is dominant. How big an advantage would you say T1 are in right now? Like, level difference become less and less significant. But it also means the power level between 2 and 3 is much bigger. Okay. Blade missed the minion wave, right. Now T1 are going to go for the dragon. No one from G2 aren't really in a position to contest it. Huge. It should be unlosable from this point. 2k gold lead 5 minutes is insane. Yeah. How am I liking MSI so far? We are one series in, and this has been fantastic. Granted, I think we're unbelievably lucky for the series we've gotten, but this has been. I've really enjoyed this. The first game was really exciting because it was back and forth, but I didn't really understand fully what moments were important. Whereas I think particularly game 3, I've really got a feel for where the fights were having big advantages, what that really meant, and especially with this game, I'm really appreciating how big these fight wins are. But Carrier's going to die now, and Pays I think has to be careful. Okay, things are happening. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much would you say I understand what's going on? Probably very little. I think there's so much more going on than I can even appreciate, but I think I am getting a bit of an idea of what's actually happening. I'm surprised at also how quickly that's coming on. Okay. So Broken Blade's staying for this minion wave, I guess. And Faker, yeah, really waiting for those last hits. Like, in the way that I'd have played, like I'd be hitting those minions the whole way. So I think that's one of the biggest pickups I need. Okay. Owner's there ready to come and help if they want. But he was spotted by the wards. Ooh, T1 also going for the grubs. Slow push stacking waves. T1 just lane swap bot and top. Yeah. Oh yeah, but Doran might be in trouble because there's 3 of them. But he does have tower. CC immune. Oh, gets Lebrov. Faker's here to help. Wow. Wow. And now it's 2v2 with tower advantage. But minions are in G2's favor. But they back up. Okay. They're going back. I think they've got to be a little bit careful because they might just jump them and cancel it. Yeah. And it's 3v2 again. Oh no. One of them got out. It's just Faker. I think Faker's in trouble here. Might get one. Doesn't. Okay. Scheme might die. Yeah, okay. Goes 1 for 1 there, which I think is fine, right? Ooh. Okay. Yeah, so anyway, I feel like we've got a little bit of a moment here. I saw watch Worlds. If I'm still covering League, absolutely. I want to watch Worlds. If we can get access to co-streaming, that would be fantastic. But otherwise, I think this works good enough. And if we don't get it, that's fine. So, and also I think after MSI is over, I'd be down to then looking at some previous games, maybe highlights, maybe the actual things, but I think both work. One thing I'm thinking about that I think is important to bring over to my games is actually, I think it's worth spending quite a bit of time whilst refining the mechanics. Oh, this might be a... No, they don't have minions. I was going to say it might be a full tower. Will they win the 7th? They very much have a chance. Oh, that's close. There's 4 of them here. They definitely get the tower, right? Yeah. Ooh, that was a nice ult. They're channeling afterwards. Can they get an ability to cancel it? No. Owner's a little bit in danger. Has a clone ability, which is cool. Caps is down here to help. They didn't actually get the tower in the end. Caps might be in trouble. The tower's close to being finished. The Drake is also open. There's 3 of them in the area. No, 2 of them going back. Caps is pushing the issue. Okay. Headed down. Vegas here for a bit of farming. Looking for more. Okay. Yeah, the thing that the thing I should try and get a little bit better at is properly managing the minion wave, because I feel like that leads to just a really big advantage. And I think spending time really working on that, along with then the general mechanics side of things, I think is a really good mix. And I think we'll end up then with a better end product as we start getting into actual games. But yeah, Owner's done great grabbing the Drake. Yeah, I think the full shebang will be a bit too difficult, but getting a feel for somewhat managing, so it's good enough. And I think that's one of the ways that I could get advantages quite early. Because I think whilst trying to refine the mechanics side of things, doing that at the same time might be good. Ooh, blocked the ult there, Lebrov did. That was quite cool. Both were pretty much full HP though, so I don't think it makes too much of a difference, but it was cool to see. So yeah, the two bot laners, or all the bot laners are fighting mid. Lebrov's a little bit low. They're just settling for tower damage here. Okay. Yeah, like I noticed it immediately when I went into draft, right? That I was just getting so much less gold because quick play gave you gold after if you literally just damaged it. It was less gold, but it was still gold. And I think the key bit there is I don't have to be constantly hitting the minions, which I was doing previously. Yeah, I feel like we've not been seeing much of the top lane fight. Doran needs to be a bit careful. He's going to get flanked here. That's I think that's a tower for them mid, unless Ash can get there in time. Lebrov's low. Wow, 2 fights going on at once. I love this graphic of seeing both of them. Okay, nice. Doran got the kill. Yeah, I think because between games I forget, like by the end of a game I have like super high attack speed, and I forget going into the next game I don't have that super high attack speed. Nice ult there. Doran dies here. Yeah. Nice catch for them. I think Broken Blade's a bit at risk here. That's the kill on the Ashe. And I think T1 win this team fight. Yeah, G2 back off. I feel like that wasn't the moment to go and attack there. Wow. And Broken Blade's probably gonna die too. Oh, Taze might die actually. Pays rather. But okay. Broken Blade lives, but that was such an advantage there. T1 feel quite ahead. Obviously, their gold isn't as ahead as they were earlier on, but they still feel like they're solidly in control of the of play here. Yeah, Doran dies, but this fight was so cool. I started out 3v4, but they got one immediately. Like they got one isolated. Song play if T1 wins, bring it to game 5. Silver Scrapes. Okay, well we'll listen out for that. Oh yeah, and T1 do have 2 drakes, and they got the first of the void spawns. Let's go T1. Yeah, 5 versus 12 on the kills. Like, even though the gold advantage hasn't really grown that much, I think there's, I mean, how are the levels doing? Yeah, a little bit of an advantage almost all round. Doran dies, okay. And this is a bad TP to make, right? Oh no, yeah, okay, Faker backs up. Carrier's there to help though. T1 got all of the objectives, okay. And the dragon's back, and G2 have an attempt at it. They're actually dragging it away. Okay, so G2 actually have more control over this objective, but T1 are kind of on the edge thinking about it. Okay. Here they go. Carrier goes in. Pays go in. Yeah, this is completely stolen, isn't it? Oh, actually, it's smiteable. It's smiteable. G2 got it. G2 got the smite there, so that's a little bit back. Did Faker die? Did they get Faker? But they're really on the back foot here. Oh no, Faker's alive. Okay. Oh, Broken Blade's really low. Oh, the shot. The ult kills. Oh my god. But Faker goes in the back. Can he get it? No, Faker's gonna die. Whoa. Oh my god. Guys are shifting. Guys. Okay. G2 are cooking. And Carrier dies here. Okay, there's still an advantage, but it's a bit risky. Oh. Lead cut down. There's also the objective gap has shrunk. I really want to see game 5, but I mean, if this ends up as a really exciting game, you know what? I think that's fine. But yeah, will we see the replay of the Ashe ult? Because this was where like Broken Blade felt like they were so killable. I think it would have been better if they actually did manage the kill. So it got blocked by Skewmod, the ult went there, and then they get there, and then where's the... Yeah, oh my god, look at that arrow. How? Oh my god. That was so good. Yeah, and their plan really didn't pay off. Obviously, there is still an advantage, but the levels are closing in a bit. The gold is closing in, and the dragon advantage was also gone. See, that arrow didn't quite work, but Okay. So we're back into farming, back into temporary land, seeing where we can get advantages. Yeah, I noticed they use way more abilities on minions than I use, which is something I think I really need to bring in. Okay, grouped around mid. They might go on a crunch on Caps mid. Faker could get Broken Blade. No, he dies. That didn't go so great. They only needs to be a little bit careful. They're all quite close. Skewmod dies? Question mark. Oh my god, he flew away. In fact, the gold advantage is gone. It's. Oh yeah, Pays does have Infinity Edge, along with Phantom Dancer and Hex. Okay. Or Hepto, that one. Okay. Still got his bow from the start. We'll see what he can do with ooh, a couple of hits going in. The bird checking if they're going for the dragon. They are. They only needs to be real careful. I think good backing up. This is 5v4. Gotta be careful. Okay, Faker's here, 5v5. So it's who can get the first, really, I think is gonna determine this fight. I wouldn't fight the dragon now. I don't think that's the move at all. Okay. We got Skumond in. Okay. What? I'm so lost on what just happened. Okay. 4v3. T1 are winning. Kerry needs to be careful though. Faker needs to win this fight. Broken Blade dies. Pay's doing bits. Caps is... Why is Caps here? Oh my god, the Lux ult almost paid off. I think Caps gets away. So... And they did get the dragon in the end, which is great. Brother's there. I think Caps finally... Oh. Owner's getting a little bit low, actually. But I think Caps dies, right? They've done everything they could to get Caps there. Pace is dead. Oh. The gold advantage has grown a little bit, but it's I think if Pace lived and they took a little bit of time to regroup, they would have won, but this was crazy. Man, there was so much going on in that fight. I feel like I missed so much. Well, Pace pushing like that's a me strategy, isn't it? That's what I do. Need to check if anyone's on 3k gold. That's the real check. Okay. And look, we're back to pretty similar gold again. Like the advantage isn't that big. There is an advantage, but need to be careful. Okay. Yeah, like from the early game, it felt very much, yep, T1 win, GG. But they've really shifted things. Small towers advantage. The Dragon Souls are big. 3v2 here if they can get the fight to happen. I doubt they will though. Might end up 3v3. Ooh, they will get spotted. Oh, no, there's too many. 3v4, but they don't start the fight with an advantage. Faker's coming in, which is nice. Nice ult from Carrier. Ah, oh, Broken Blade gets so low every time, right? Okay, Skumond I think dies here. But Owner dies too. Skumond lives. I think that's a really big it's a really big issue. Oh my god, what's going on? Someone's rezzing. I still don't know who wins this fight. Skumond dead. And Labrov dies. Okay, wow. Wow. Pay's cooked. Pay's cooked so hard. Ace indeed. Guys, yeah, I think I'm locked in on ADC. That was so cool. Oh, but that arrow basically determined Ona dying there, right? Oh no, Ona survived because of the clone. But wow. Okay, let's watch Pays as much as possible. Shots on Skimond, he gets away. The ult almost kills. Boom kill there. Boom kill there. Boom kill. Forgets res. Boom kill. Wow. Root them so he gets the longer range, higher damage shot. Kills with that, and then it's all over. Wow. Wow. That was so good. Oh, that was amazing. And so, yeah, but all of that and still only 2k gold advantage, but pays us the item advantage. Yeah, I'm really seeing, I've had so many comments talking about the T1 team and the fact that it's like, to begin with, it was Faker was the star and Faker hard carried based on mechanics. And now it's become they're all stars and they could all take over at every point. But G2 are probably going to get this Drake here. So it's really not over. But unless they win the fight, Pays cooking again. Pays don't die. Pays dies. Okay. I think that's... the Drake's alive? It's so not over. In fact, G2 have a gold advantage. Okay. But what's happening? Doran's taking over now. Lebrov's dead. Doran gets a... No, Doran doesn't get away. But that fight there, Doran stopped that from being game over again. Guys, what a series we picked for the first one. Genuinely, the first game we watched felt crazy. This feels crazier. This feels even more insane. I'm guys, I think we've forever ruined my watching the pros. I think this is going to be brutal now because does it ever get as good as this? Does it ever? Oh, wow. Okay. Most of G1's like this, then we are in for a treat. 16th Penta. That's insane. Okay. Oh, the channel gets off. The return gets off. Thinking about fighting Doran. They need to be careful. Is it go join up for a team fight mid? I think so. Yeah. They're thinking about it. Pays is headed over. They're thinking about the Baron. I think that's where this is where the game gets decided. A nice ult early. That does so much damage. And I guess that's an ult to say, look, do not fight us now. Good luck trying to go for the fight. Yeah, the announcers have been amazing. I mean, you guys can't hear it from mine, but I'm assuming you're all watching it alongside. This is a big fight. Doran's losing. Gets away though. He is getting they are trying to force the issue, but the tower here is going to make it difficult for Broken Blade. Faker's in to help, but they don't know that Caps and Labrov are there. They're going back. With two of them going back, they could start the issue on the Baron, potentially. That's an option. No, they're going back. Has wow, Paze has got Paze is maxed, right? Other than the bow that we got early on. Yeah, that's pretty much one of the builds we ended up with quite a lot of the time. But he's got the and G2 are going for it. Ooh. I think they get it. They need to go now. It's gonna be smiteable. Yeah, they got it. Ooh. I think G2 are winning. This might be it. Faker needs some really good engagements here or it's over. Ooh, the whole momentum is shift. It's not as much of a dragon advantage. They've got Baron buff now. Okay. That might be a kill. That might be a kill. Okay, no. Go back, go back. All five are here. Everyone's here. This is I think this is it. This is the fight. Okay, G2 are the ones starting on the dragon here. They're gonna get it. It's taking a lot of damage. Blue got it. They both tried to smite it at the end, right? Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, I think that's GG. Both dropped their smite, right? And it. Oh. It's someone dies here and the game changes completely. They're going back. Okay, the going back got cancelled. Okay, Pace got a kill. T1 lost someone, but they're getting resurrected. Owners there. Yep. Okay, that was what. This has been back and forth. Schemon dead. I think they killed Broken Blade too. Yep. That's him caught. Faker might. No, Faker's fine. What? Okay. It's not as done. I mean, Doran's a bit low. Okay, no, they get. No, Doran dies too. Broken Blade got so much value there. And Caps is making progress on their towers. Even though those fights looked quite T1 skewed, Caps made so much ground there. The gold advantage is still quite in G2's favor. I think we're back into objective territory. Careful, Kerry's not got, I think, the health to do this. Paze is here. Okay, there's three of them. Okay. Okay, we're back in what's gonna happen territory. Pays full items. Pays is at his scariest. I think this just comes down to, in a team fight, who dies first. And that's it. Ooh. This has been crazy. Like, the fact that Broken Blade lived so long and got so many kills out of it, when it seemed like Broken Blade was constantly on the back foot. Oh, careful. Broken Blade's doing something again. Skumon's gonna cut Owner off. I think Owner dies. That's bad. But Pays needs to come in and kill both. Okay, that's Skumon, probably? No. Oh no, everyone's coming. I think this might be it. I think G2 are doing it. Ooh. That was close. Okay. We're back in middle territory, but G2 have so much more gold now. Yeah. Man, look at that advantage. I think I'm still in territory. I'd like T1 to win this because I'd like to see a map 5. But to be honest, this series has more than done its part. Like, this has been insane. Okay. So basically, this all gets settled on the fight for the dragon at the bottom. Faker might lose to Broken Blade in this fight. Yep. That's a really bad fight. That's a really bad fight to lose. Broken Blade is carrying. Yeah, I think I am getting super spoiled. Oh, look, maybe it's I show up to a series and the series pays off. And Skumon just going to solo the dragon. I think this is it. The gold super in advantage. They're going to get both objectives. And yeah. So basically, the only way this goes well is Pays obliterates all of them. That's the only way this works out. Careful. Broken Blade stepping up. Okay. Well, I think the thing is, God, that ult does a lot of damage. But I think this is basically, if T1 mess up at all, that's it. If G2 mess up, there's still a lot that T1 needs to do. Oh wow, that is a series of traps. FaZe is going, like, you're not stepping through this one. They might be able to go and kill Skumont here. No, not going for it. I think good decision that they didn't. Wow, this is this is real close. 2v2 with tower, but the tower's about to go down. Okay, they're going in. This is where it happens. Caps, I think Caps gets away. Oh, that would have been the moment if they managed it. So they get the tower at the bottom now. Broken Blade half. They're going for the inhibitors. We're in trouble here. And how okay, objectives aren't going to make a difference, I don't think, in this. Yeah, they have so little info as well. Oh. Yeah, Pays versus Broken Blade is what this is. Okay. Yeah, so wait, is this about to beat the record for the longest game that we broke in the first one? This has been so good. One thing I've realized is I've been asking so much less questions. Like, I've been seeing these fights and I've been getting a bit more of an idea of what's happening, which feels insane that it just took like 4 maps really to get to that point. Okay. Doran needs to be a little bit careful because that's not the man you want to fight right now. They're grouping up for the mid fight. Okay. We need to see. They just don't know where to fight here, and they're just getting pushed back and back and back. And I think the inhibitor's going to go. They're going to be left with one. They need to win a fight, and convincingly so. Okay. They're just getting squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. Okay, Ona sees blood. He's just not doing the damage, but Faker might go and kill Caps. What's the fight we've got going on up here? Doran fighting Broken Blade. Pays going in for the kill. The bottom, there's Faker's low. Well, Ona's super low, but Faker gets out. Oh, blocking the ult there. Okay, that's a kill. Pays got it. Handsummer's getting away. Okay. Yep. Okay. T1, this was the first step. They did what they needed to do here. They're not done at all. Okay. Dragon's back in 14 seconds. That's going to be the next fight. That felt so over. This is what they need, but Broken Blade's back. There's only 3 of them, 3v2, but with a dragon fight that they need to get. Okay, let's see. Yeah, they're not really contesting it. Okay. They're letting it get the smite off. Don't mess up here. They got it. They're all going back. It feels like we're back level, aren't we? Oh no, but they're getting the G2 are getting the Baron, which might mess things up. Where are we at? Carrier ulting maybe. Ona's going to see if he can go in and smite it. I don't think it's going to work out. Yeah. G2 get the Baron. But T1 have the execute. So executes a 20%, burns before that. Do either of them have a timer? Pace sold what? GA? Both have a timer. Okay. Ooh. The inhibitors are coming back for the T1. Guardian Angel's the resurrection item. I see. Timers to the left and right of the scoreboard. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. I'm with you. So that fight for the Elder Dragon is not really going to mean too much anymore. Oh, this is crazy. Everyone's ready. It's now. This is now any mistake. Because there's no, well, I guess T1 still need to actually make some distance. Like G2 have a much better push. They've got more of the towers down. Man, what a treat we've had. My first ever League series. This is the treat we've had. Okay. Bay's setting up another wall of traps. Ooh. Oh boy. They still have Baron for a little bit. Okay. They need to be careful. Look at how much the ult does. That's crazy. The inhibitors are all down again. They're still on the back foot. Man, look at all of the minions. This is danger time. They're just doing damage to the towers. No one's dead though. But T1, I think this might be over. Oh, Pay's got a kill. Okay, it's happening. Doran's going in. I don't know how Doran's alive. Doran's resurrecting. They're doing damage to the Nexus. I think that's it. That's it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. I think now it's decided who I'm supporting into this tournament. There's no question. We are G2 all the way from here. I think it's both of these teams that I wanted to see do well. Has to only be one, and that was so. Look, I think I've been probably the luckiest first-time watcher of a series ever, but that was incredible. Here we go. Against a T1 that looked really strong in those last couple of games. Wow. You know, if we don't hit these peaks again, that's fine. This was amazing. Just for the chance of something like this happening again, I'm so down to see it. Oh. What a watch. And I'm so glad I started to get an idea of what was going on into this final map, because I mean, we need to hear from Broken Blade if we're getting an interview for him. And this is Europe going forward. You know, and the thing I want to say now is the casters did so well. The panel now, the way they're talking about it, are doing amazing. This was so good. So what are the teams that are still in this? Like, what are the regions here? Because we've now got a Europe going forward. Like how is the mix now? Man, look at the damage difference from Pace. Look at that. What is that? It doesn't take a genius to look at the sheer difference in numbers. One AU. No way, one for each, really. You know, go way back, like when I did the I think even the World's Anthems video, I was like, you know, is there a good balance? You know, I'm really happy that in Valorant we've got four regions in in Masters that was happening, and you guys went, no, it's super imbalanced. It's Korea and China on top, and Europe and NA are nowhere. Well, look, we've got four teams. We've got four different regions. Look, guys. Not to say that I'm the look. The second I pay any attention to League, look, the regions are balanced. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Wow, this was a treat, and we have that interview with Broken Blade soon. But this was such a good experience. This was amazing. This is like such a treat. To be honest, I expected to understand very little and have no idea what was going on. And to begin with, yeah, that was true. But actually, at this point, I feel like we're getting somewhere. We're learning. We had an understanding. G2 Golden Road. Isn't that what the one that Faker doesn't have? That's the one. Oh. Guys, we're on the EU hype train for this tournament, that's for sure. Oh, they lost. Okay. Wow. Interview with Broken Blade, guest appearance by Caps. Got some treat interviews in for us. Oh. This was incredible. I think we will wait for the for the interviews to get the full bit. I'm so glad I decided. You know, I was there this morning thinking, oh my god, the game's just wrapped up. This is so early for me to go and go do this stream. I was there. I was up at like 6 thinking, oh god, it's happening. Oh no. And I'm so glad I did. Okay, here we go. What's Broken Blade got to say for himself? Wow, 7 years. Wow. He did so much in that game. Like, it was basically Broken Blade versus Pays was the matchup, right? Also to beat T1 against their home crowd. It was also ultimately the Cho'Gath, right? That made the biggest difference. Yeah. Such a good job from them. This was so fun. Okay, asking about the counter picking, I guess. Or is she repeating his answer? Caps will claps. It was spontaneous. Oh, he's kind of like kind of doing the things that everyone was praising Faker for doing, right? Pulling out those rogue picks that that really push them back and really make the difference, right? Wow. I'm I might be one of the luckiest league viewers ever to get this as the first. They can finally achieve. I think they've achieved a lot. Top 4 beating T1. Aww. That's wholesome. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, it's they've got a tough run, right? But this was a really, really good step here. Oh, okay. Fighting talk time. I've still got my timer going. Thinks they're at the level of the Eastern team. I wish you good luck. Wow. Yeah, so there's much more like restrictions on what they're going to end up with, but you basically went, yeah, like you had an easy way. I'm surprised you got here. Good luck. Yeah, I think we're on the train of supporting G2 from now, aren't we? Yeah, because I mentioned earlier, but I read that there's a very decent chance that Caps would be the next Hall of Legends if of the available players. Because you to get stomped 3-0 by Nene. Yeah, maybe. The one takeaway I've got is I really want to play some more Caitlyn. That's my takeaway from this. That was so good, wasn't it? That was so it felt like there was so much stuff going on, and that win at the end, like T1 were on the back foot, but look, 3v2 there on the Nexus. Yeah. Look at the reaction there. I mean, it would be the real Cinderella run, right? To go back to the final and then beat the ones that sent them down to the lower bracket. Obviously, I think it's going to be quite challenging, but you know, I'm on the train now. We'll live in hope. Mm. So is this Europe's best charge? This is the hope of Europe. They win. We'll have cry tears of unspeakable sorrow. Yeah, that's the risky run. Guess we'll sit. We'll hope. We'll hope they do things. Here's the bracket. So yeah, we're right on. We're right on the home stretch. I think I've chosen the perfect time to do this, haven't I? I would like to be broadcasting it tomorrow. We'll see. Depends on really timing and also depends on really how much editing I manage to get done later today, because I want the Arcane video out as soon as possible, and might not be able to get the edit done. But yeah, we'll see. I'd quite like to. I really, really enjoyed this. Like, really, really enjoyed. I don't think I can. I'm not an official Crow streamer. And whilst I could probably get away with doing it for like a single stream, then I'd be in a bit of trouble, I think. So, yeah, the hope is maybe one day we'll be co-streaming, but for now, this is the best we can do, and I think it works fine. Yeah, not ideal, but you know, it's something. Okay, preferred the 3-0 against Gen G over the T1. Already set it up. Yeah, I'll try and have it in a YouTube video. Not sure which I'm not sure how long it will take. I've got a bit of a stack of videos to edit, really. I've got both the gameplay streams I did. I've got arcade to do. You know, I haven't done a ranking video in a while, so we've also got to chuck that in. We've got so many different videos to make. And maybe I'm stretching myself a bit thin with all the different things I've started to commit to, but you know, well, I'll have them as and when I can. Yeah. To be honest, it's currently 31 degrees in the room, so I think I'll probably wrap things up here. Yeah, thank you everyone so much. It's been a lot of fun. How many pro games have I watched? This is the first. This is the first pro game I've ever watched. And we've had such a treat. So yeah, everyone, have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you so much for joining me for this. It's been crazy. The amount of you that came, listened to me not know what I'm talking about for however long. Have we been going? Like 4 hours. So yeah, this has been so much fun. Ideally, I'll be back tomorrow, but if not, definitely this isn't the last game. So yeah, we'll reconvene very soon, and videos are on the way. Perfect. Cheers, everyone. Goodbye.